Greetings, programs. It's a morning. All right. All right. Had my own stream up in the other window, so was getting confused by the lag. All right. Do we actually have anyone here with us this morning, or am I talking to dead air? I think I'm my only viewer right now. Yeah, go me. Okay. Let me see while we're getting up and going. Let me see if the automatic Twitter stuff sent out. That's my pinned tweet. Oh, yep. All right. Said it's that I've gone live. All right. So let's do the selfie. All right. Camera. All right. Man, I do not know how people do this so fast. I think they have like substitutions and stuff set up. I'm going to have to look at doing that, so I'm not having to type my URL by hand. All right. So that is going to be, and we'll send that on. And all right. All right. We're here. So I had a couple follows sneak in during the week. Violet, thank you for the follow. Joe Sondow, thank you for the follow. I recognize a couple of those names. All right. So, says I still have one viewer, but I only had me originally. All right, so the plan for the day, is I have the monitoring situation in Ableton fixed, I believe. There was a software method that I talked about last week, and there's a hardware method, and I ended up going with the hardware method just because I think it's going to give me a little bit better control over everything, and I don't have to. It reduces the CPU load. The whole thing gets taken care of in hardware, and I don't have to remember to add the right plugin. And plus, that plugin setup is really sensitive to the rest of the sound card configuration on the machine. If I set up any other sound device, the whole thing could fall apart until I. So as cool as the software only option was using the plugins, I think that I'm happier going with adding a second sound card. So let's real quick. Let me move the camera and I'll show you what I'm doing. All right, so here's my sound. This is my PreSonus audio box interface. Okay, ignore this for a minute. That's a direct interface for guitars, useful when you want to split it off and have two channels out that you can do different things to, and there are some times where that's useful. All right, so this is my USB interface here, my PreSonus. It's got on the back, it has the two monitor channels that are meant to go to like powered studio monitors. Okay, so there's a left and a right. Those are always mono channels. So I have that plugged in to this M Audio USB interface. It does the same thing as this. It's just a different manufacturer, different hardware configuration, and it also isn't quite as advanced, so it costs less than this one does. It only goes up to 48,000 hertz sampling rate. This can go up a lot, at least to 96,000, if not higher. So this allows me to sample with far more fidelity than this. But honestly, that's only useful if under certain circumstances. And for what I'm doing here, 48,000 hertz is perfectly fine. So, so I have the output from the monitor channels going into the two channels here on the M Audio, on the M-Track Duo, and then I can set the levels and everything. This shows up as just another device in Windows that I then have set up on my as a sound device in OBS, and so it's a separate device. I have a separate slider on the mixer. I have a separate mute control for it. So when I go into Ableton and actually start doing some stuff with it, I can just unmute that sound source, and any track that's set to monitor in Ableton is going to come out of the monitor interfaces into the M Audio and then be picked up and broadcast out into the stream, so y'all can hear what I hear. And then so that way I don't have to waste the resources on running the plugins in both OBS and Ableton. Just keeps things a little neater and cleaner. All right, so got the monitoring situation sorted out. What I wanted to do a little bit is talk about, before we go, well, okay, so also on the game plan, I picked this up a while ago and I have not played it yet. It has a solo mode. The Oregon Trail card game. This is based on the lovely, infamous computer game. As you can tell by the kick-ass graphics on, here. Let me turn the ring light off for a second. So, all right, so you can see that you've got your wonderful 8-bit graphics on there. Yep. Good morning, Marcus. All right, so you've got the wonderful graphics on there. This is just a card game for 2 to 6 players, but it does have a solo player mode. So that's kind of cool. So we're going to take a look at that later, if we have time. Oh, just in the back corner, you can see my partner in crime. Here, let me turn the light back on. In the window is a Marcus. Yes. All right. Marcus keeps me on track and keeps me honest, and he's probably complaining because my wife just left and went to work. All right. So, music theory. Give me just a second here because I need to pull. All right, I need to pull some. All right, so that's my, yeah. All right, so here we go. Bring the tab over to the live window. Back into OBS. All right, so what I'm doing here is, oh, I also have all the, that I wanted to talk about are chord progressions and modes. All right, so there's a bunch of different scales and stuff that we memorize as or people when we talk about music theory and we talk about different ways to play stuff, especially as guitar players. There are different patterns that we have. Like for example, there's our diatonic scales, our pentatonic scales, our blues scales, all that, major scales, minor scales. So what I really wanted to talk about though is that there is all right, give me just a second here. I don't remember what that is saying. All right, so we talked a couple weeks ago about how scales are an arrangement of notes, okay? And let me pull this out and let me switch to that view. All right. Camera transition. All right, so this is our a keyboard, okay? This is a series of notes. We start with a C, and we go on up to another C an octave higher, okay? So in between that, we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 12 notes. Some are half steps, some are whole steps. All right, so in our normal major scale, okay, and we start off with C because the key of C is very easy. A major scale of C is all of our white keys, none of our black keys. All right. So C to D is a whole step. Okay, instead of a half step up, it's a whole step. D to E is a whole step, so it's whole. E to F is a half. F to G is a whole. G to A is a whole. A to B is a whole. B back to C is a half. So it's whole, half, whole, half. Okay? That's the pattern. Whole, half, whole, half. That is the pattern that makes a major scale. All right? So if we step up then and we start the key of D, so we start with our root on the D, then we go whole, half, whole, half until we get back there. So moving up one, because of that, now we're introducing two sharps, two flats, whatever, okay? So, but let's go back here. So a lot of times when we're playing in a key and we have a chord progression, okay, we have a pair of associated keys. So if I'm playing in C and I'm playing chords around in C, playing notes in the C key, in C major, a lot of times, depending on how I change my chord progression, I could also be playing in the key of A minor. So where does A minor come from? Why is it related to C major? Well, that's where we come into the concept of modes, okay? And this, a lot of people get scared away by modes. And music theory classes can get really dense. And so a lot of people think, oh, well, music theory just gets in the way. You don't need to understand music theory. You can play. And there are certainly a lot of successful musicians on all sorts of instruments who don't really understand music theory all that well. They learn just enough and they go play. And we hear a lot about supposedly a lot of famous players who, well, they didn't study music theory, and a lot of times actually they did. They may not have had a formal degree or formal instruction, but I guarantee you play enough and you start noodling around and you make some of the connections, you start getting a feel for it. Like, for example, around the time that Eddie Van Halen died, a lot of people were talking about, see that, he didn't have a lot of formal music education, and, he was one of the most innovative guitarists and blah, blah. And dude took piano lessons when he was a kid. He got exposed to music theory, okay? He probably understood a lot of this stuff a lot better than people give him credit for. So the thing is, music theory doesn't have to be scary. It doesn't have to be frightening. It doesn't have to be complex. Music theory at its core is about patterns and relationships, okay? That's really all it is. It's talking to us about the patterns that we find inside of our music. Why our ears think certain things sound good. And some of that is just because the music systems, the dominant music systems, the notes and scales that have been picked and practiced over the centuries by Western civilization, there are certain mathematical relationships in there. For example, the frequencies involved in an octave spread. If I play this, that oscillates, that creates a sound oscillating at a certain frequency. Okay, I play a C. I go a C above that frequency, that has its own separate frequency. And it turns out the relationship between those two is that frequency is exactly double the note the one octave down. Okay, same relationship holds true for if I move up and go D, same relationship if I move up and go E. All right, so an octave is very simply just a doubling of frequencies. So if you put on your math hat, there's a complicated, well, not complicated, but it's not nice, round, neat numbers, and that's, I think, what does people in. But there is a relationship of what the different frequencies is for each halftone that you step up the scale, okay? But there's math underlying all of that, and math can be very dull and unappetizing depending on how it's presented. And so I think that's part of the reason why people get scared off of music theory. Okay. So, but at any rate, so going back to C major, A minor, why do we have that? All right. So we have the concept of modes. So if we notice in this pattern that we have of the whole, half, whole, half, we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 7 steps in that pattern to take us to the next octave. Okay? 7 steps. And as it turns out, and so the other part of it, because we have an octave here, and an octave includes 8 notes, your root note, and then the note exactly 1 octave above. So really it's the same note, just a different octave. Okay? So the 7 notes in this scale. All right. Now, what happens if we shift off of our root note and we move up 1 in the progression, but we keep playing the same progression? We're using all the same notes that are in that scale, but it's going to be a little different. All right. And this is where we get into the concept of modes. That's all a mode is we're taking that same progression and we're starting at a different place and applying that same progression. So if I start C major, also known as the Ionian mode, Ionian or the natural major. Okay. Then I go 1, 2. So I go half, or I mean whole, half, whole, half. All right. Now, if I move up and go to D, the second note in the C major scale. Okay, go to D. Let's start that pattern there. But what I mean by starting the pattern is we're still anchored in going C to C. So when we start the pattern here, we're shifting to that second note. We've already taken that whole step. So we're starting and we're going to go, instead of going whole, whole, half, because that would put us in D major, which we did earlier. We're going to go, we're going to wrap around a little bit into that whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. So we're going to step up. And so now it's going to be whole, half, whole, 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 half, whole. It's the same pattern. We just took the first whole step off the front and tack it onto the end and move up one note to correspond. That is Dorian mode, D Dorian. Okay? That is considered a minor. And let me see here. Let me fire up Ableton and let me arm the MIDI track so we can hear it. And that's on monitor. And so let me unmute. All right, so you should now. Why do we not have? All right. Are we hearing that note? Let me switch over to my monitor headphones. And why are we? I see it coming through. Why are we not? Why am I not monitoring that? Oh, come on, Ableton. Don't do this to me. All right. Because the thing is, I bet so yeah, you can hear the guitar playing, right? You can hear the guitar, okay? So why am I not hearing the MIDI? I see the input coming in. Why am I not hearing it? All ends, MIDI 2 needs to go to the master. Okay, that's my input channel. Okay. I can see the input coming in. Why am I not here? Oh, I wonder. Nope, that's not it. Okay, what is going on? Here, let's jump into a new live set. We're not going to save the changes. All right, so we're in. Why can't I hear you, MIDI? Why can't I hear you? Why is the MIDI not letting me go? Why am I not hearing the audio? What is going on? Oh. Okay, I'm a dumbass. All right, so the reason why we're not hearing anything is I have this lovely MIDI channel set up, but I never attached an instrument to it. So it's just receiving the raw data. There we go. Now we can hear it. Hey, look at that. The monitoring is working fine. All right, cool. So let me get those out of the way. All right, so let's go back to... All right, so do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. All right, so that's our C major. That is our Ionian natural major scale. All right, so if we shift up and we go to Dorian, This is considered a minor scale. So if we did it as a major, it'd be okay. But we're staying in the key of C. We want to keep on that related mode. So it's the same notes that's in the C major scale. It's the same relationship between the notes. We just skip a place ahead and start that. All right. So then we go to the Phrygian mode, which is also considered a minor mode. So we start on the third note in the sequence. So we're starting whole, whole. So we're going to start off with half, whole, 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 half, whole, whole. Okay? So it gives a different sound, but that's E. Then we go to the fourth, which is F. Okay? Now, this is where theory gets fun and ties back into stuff that we've already learned, okay? That we learned how to play. So F is the fourth mode, Lydian, okay? It's considered a major mode. Does that sound familiar? That's our F major chord. So if we're playing in the key of C, F is one of the ones we go to. That's our Lydian. So F Lydian. Okay. That is our fourth chord, our fourth mode. So there we go. All right. So now we move up to G. G is our fifth. 4 was F, our Lydian. 5 is our Mixolydian. We're keeping that same pattern, but we're way the hell up there in the progression now. Because in F, we'd already done our whole, whole, half. So now it's, from F, it's whole, 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 half, whole, whole, half. Okay? Same pattern, we're just tacking stuff onto the end and keeping the pattern going as we started a different offset. All right, so number 5, our Mixolydian, this is G. Okay. All right, so that's whole, whole, half, whole, whole, half, whole. Okay. Our 6th, and this is A, and this is the Aeolian mode, and this is what we consider our natural minor. Okay. This is where the relationship between C major and A minor come in, because A minor is the 6th. So, okay, so that's whole, half, whole, whole, half, whole, whole. Same pattern, shifted around, okay, taken off the front, put on the end, so it's a different offset. That's our A minor chord, okay? So our A minor key and our C major key are related. It's just different modes. Okay. And then finally our 7th, our B. All right. This is Locrian, and this is considered a diminished mode. So that's the B7. All right. So we start seeing the 1, the 4, the 5, the 6. These start becoming very familiar to us if we've ever learned about the 4-chord progression, okay? So we've got our C, okay? We've got our F, which is our 4th. Our G, which is our 5th. And then A minor, which is our 6th, our diminished, our natural minor, and then B7, which is our diminished. That is, all right, so we've got, hidden in the modes, we've got our 4-chord progression, our standard 4-chord progression. All right, so if we grab a guitar here. So. Ah. So that's our key of C, all right? Closing time, that's our G, that's our fifth. One last call for alcohol. Okay. So closing time, one last call for alcohol. So finish your whiskey and beer. So that is, all right, let's switch this back here so you can see my fingers. So that's our C, our natural major, G, which is our Lydian major, the fifth, our natural minor, A minor, the Aeolian, and F, which is our Lydian, a major. So that's our 1, 5, 6, 4, 1, 5, 6, 4. That's a standard 4-chord progression, okay? And that's the relationship between the notes. And we can take that same relationship, that same pattern, and we can easily transpose it into a different key. All right. So now let's do this in G, the key of G. Closing time. Our 5. Closing time. So our 5 note is the our 5th chord is the D in this case because of the relationship. So if we look at G, okay, 1, yeah. All right, so if we follow the G is our root note, so whole, whole, half, whole. D is the 5th note. Okay, look at that. So G, D, E minor, set to C, okay? So we're following that same progression. All right? So this is where music theory tells us about all these relationships. That's all it's doing. It's not trying to put you in a straitjacket or prevent you from doing anything cool or interesting. It's explaining to you the patterns that are already there in this system of notes and keys that we use already. Okay? So that relationship, so I can, depending on what I'm doing, if I start off in C major, major keys tend to sound happier. It's considered. Minor keys tend to sound, so I can use some of that same progression. And here I'm just doing A minor to C to F. So that's 6, 1, 4, 5. So it's the same 4 chords, just I've progressed them a little differently. And this has a more melancholy contemplative sound to it. So there's lots of these 4-chord progressions. But this is how, once you understand that pattern, then you go that you can figure out, okay, I need to switch that to the key of G because I can't sing in C or someone else doesn't know how to play that or whatever, so I can go. So, okay, I want to do that same progression in the key of G. Well, I know that my 6th is, my natural minor is E minor for the key of G major. So, All right, so modes aren't hard. They do let you play around and modify the sound. You're playing the same notes. You're just starting at a different spot, and so you've shifted that pattern around, and so it just lets you tack on a slightly different sound and play around with it. Okay, so that's about all the music theory I think we're going to get into today. But music theory doesn't have to be scary or hard or whatever. It is literally just, here's the notes that you're playing and how they relate to each other, so you can see those relationships and play with them and do them in a meaningful way. Make them work for you. Okay? All right, so let me go ahead and hang the guitar back on the wall. All righty. And let's go ahead. That was weird. All right, so y'all should be able to see Ableton. You should be able to hear Ableton. Life is good. All right, so I'm going to turn the Ableton feed off for a second. Plug the old electric guitar back in. All right. All right. All right. All right, so here we are. Did we freeze? You guys can hear me, but I don't see the camera updating. So what is going on? Okay, I'm going to switch over to my Be Right Back screen and figure out why. You can still hear the microphone. Need to figure out why my camera source is frozen. All right, what is going on? So let me deactivate the webcam. Let me reactivate the webcam. Okay, there we go. So for whatever reason, let's go back to the talk screen. Okay. Camera's back unfrozen, so I can switch back to the Ableton screen. All right. We still see me. We still hear me. We still hear Ableton. Everything is good. All right. So plugging and unplugging stuff apparently can get a little weird. All right. So we're back up. Oh, we have another viewer. Yay. Greetings, programs. All right. So we've talked about music modes. We've talked about the 4-chord progression. I'm not going to go into that ad infinitum, ad nauseum, blah, blah, blah. All right, so we're here because we're going to be laying down some tracks. We're going to be recording, finally, after weeks of teasing, we are going to be recording some backing tracks for our couple of songs. Let me go ahead and get the browser pulled up, and we're going to do, remember, we're doing Gambler's Prayer, and then we're also going to do Nobody Loves You Like Me. Okay. So Gambler's Prayer, both Jonathan Colton songs. All right. So one of the things that I like to do as a beginning musician here is I like to there we go. All right, got to get my OBS window back up. One of the things I like to do as a beginning musician here, just getting into doing the home recording stuff, I like to, so one of the things you're supposed to do, and we've talked about this before, is it is highly recommended that when you are playing music, whether you're playing by yourself or especially when you're recording, that you play to a beat, some sort of metronome. Okay. And so, because it's very easy for us while we're playing to slow down or speed up and not even notice that we're doing it. And that will actually hamper our ability. It's very common that when we're working through some tricky chord progressions or whatever, we're learning something, we slow down as we're having trouble. And that can drag the entire song and performance down. And in karate, I learned a very useful phrase: you fight like you train. So if you are constantly always training, going slow and careful and stuff like that, you're not going to have the reflexes to go fast and powerful and accurate if you don't train that way at some point and build that muscle memory up. So using a metronome, using a beat when you're playing is very much a training you for performance, okay? Training you to play at speed. It's giving you that reference so you know you're staying on beat. All right, so having a metronome is good. So when you're recording and you're doing multiple tracks and multiple instruments and everything, you are often going to only record one track at a time, okay? And in fact, you may go back and you may overdub some tracks. You may decide, I didn't like that. I need to add this in. I need to play with some alternatives. So you're going to be building it up from a skeleton. And Ableton does have this very nice, wonderful little metronome. Okay, so I can go turn that on and you hear 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 4/4 time. That's all good. We can change that if we need to. But anyway, so it has a built-in metronome, so that's useful. But when we're starting to think about, okay, I want to build this song up. I want to build its sound up. Having more than just a metronome on there is good. One of the big things that a lot of guitar teachers recommend when you're learning how to play is using backing tracks. Okay, a backing track is it's basically something that's recorded. It's pre-recorded. It gives you drum, maybe gives you bass, maybe gives you rhythm guitar, maybe gives you lead guitar, maybe gives you some other instruments. There's usually one or more of those missing that you are meant to fill in as you're playing, but it gives you that scaffolding to play against. It's all done in a specific key, maybe a specific mode. So you can say, oh, okay, I want to take this and I'm going to practice playing around in this key in this mode. Okay. And so you've got some interesting music to listen to, something to riff against, something to jam to. All right. Using that backing track concept when you're recording your own music, I think is actually a really useful thing to do. So record a basic beat, record your basic chords. So you give yourself something other than to listen to, okay, when you're playing. So you can hear the layout of the song, okay? Because so Gambler's Prayer, well, let's go back. When I was doing the chord progression a little earlier to show the 1 5 6 4 progression, okay? And I was doing Closing Time because that's by Semisonic, all right? So that's the same basic chord progression through the entire song. You're basically saying that playing the same 4 chords in the same pattern for the entire song. Closing time. Yeah. Closing time. One last call for alcohol, so finish your whiskey and beer. C, G, A minor, and F. C, G, A minor, F. But there's different parts of the song. There's different structures within that song because you've got your chorus, you've got your bridge, you got your verses. but so even though you're playing the same 4 chords for all of that, there's different parts where maybe you're going to do different fills with the guitar. You're going to do different strum patterns. You're going to add in some extra stuff that you wouldn't normally, there's the whole closing time. That little lead down from the A minor to the F, the bum, 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 bum. Okay? You may not do that every time. You may only do that certain parts. So having your backing track, lets you fill in the structure of the song so that you then know where you're at in the song. So as you're playing the instruments that you're wanting to record, you always know where you are in the song. So oh, I need to add a fill here. Oh, I need to change up. I need to do this riff. I need to change this different strum pattern. Okay, so that's all we're doing here is we're putting in the basic bare bones structure of the song. All right, so Gambler's Prayer. Let us switch over to it. And this is where we're doing the key of A. Bum, 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 bum. And that's that A, yeah. All right, so Lord, hear my prayer. Look down on me. I'm not as wealthy as I used to be. And then we go up to the B minor. It's not even 10. And I'm F sharp minor. It's not even 10. And I'm busted again. Why does this happen to me? All right, so we have our basic chords there. A caffeinated Devon is a happy Devon. All right. So I'm going to move this window over to the different monitors, so I'm going to zoom it in so I can. All right. All right. So we go to, so this is our arrangement view selector. So this is session. Session is more set up, by the way. Ableton has a couple different modes, and one of the things that sets Ableton apart from other DAWs is and it's right in the name, Ableton Live. Ableton, one of the main design goals for Ableton is to be a digital audio workstation that you can use while you're doing live performances. I think that's one of the reasons why, like Jonathan Colton and other people who are constantly fiddling with stuff during a live performance, why they use Ableton Live. But you can have your more typical session view like this as well. And so you just use, it's these two little selectors here. And so here we have each of our tracks laid out horizontally so we can see the waveforms that we're recording, okay? So we've got our grand piano track here. All right, we've set our metronome up for 1 bar of intro. So when I hit record, it'll go. And then, okay. It'll do 1 bar of intro and then in we go. All right. So and I'm already off in the time signature. 2, 3, 4. And that's why I'm off. Anyone in class catch that? Okay. The reason I'm off, I don't have the right time signature. So I need to change this to be a 3/4 time signature for this song to work. All right. So bum 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 bum. All right. So we're going to nuke that track. There we go. All right, so we've nuked it. We're going to set back to the beginning. So now, da 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 da, bum 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 bum. Ba 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 da ba da ba 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 bum 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 bum. Okay, so see, setting the right time signature makes everything better. All right, so we've got our 3/4 time signature. Got our iced tea. I'm also going to slow this down a little, I think, to 100. Let's see how that sounds. Oh, God, no, that's torturously slow. What the hell is wrong with me? All right. 110. Da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Lord, hear my prayer. Look down on me. Yep. Okay. All right. We're good. We're good. We're good. All right. Reset. And here we go. So Lord, lift me up in your tender embrace. Lend me your wisdom, your strength and your grace. Help me to smash my opponent's fat face. Oh Lord, help me take money from my friends. And I flubbed it up right there at the end. All right. So. Lord, hear my prayer. Look down on me. I'm not as wealthy as I used to be. It's not even 10, and I'm busted again. Why does this happen to me? All right, so one important thing to remember about these scaffolding tracks, these skeleton tracks, they do not have to be perfect, okay? All they are there to do is remind you of where you are in the song, what you're doing at any given time, okay? They don't have to be perfect. They're not going to stay in the final mix. Not unless you are really awesome at recording and you like the way it sounds. Then you can always keep them. But they are there just to give you more than than just sitting there staring at a blank page and trying to record and hear everything in your head all once. They're there to get the basics out of the way. All right. So, all right. So we've got through. Let's move the playhead up to here. My friends. Bum, bum, bum. All right. So if we go back. So right here, let's zoom this in. We'll play from here. Money from my... All right, so right here, boom, 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 boom. All right, so what I need to figure out now how to do is how to... I'm going to split it right there. So I'm going to get rid of that portion and that portion. All right, so I have... All right, so I've got my first verse, the bridge, and the chorus. All right, so I've got that recorded. So now I'm going to cheat. I'm going to zoom back out, and I'm going to take, and I'm going to duplicate that. And so now, if I go back to the very beginning, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Lord, hear my prayer. Look down on me. I'm not as wealthy as I used to be. It's not even 10. I'm busted again. Why does this happen to me? Give me a sign. Show me you care. Straight to the ace, Lord, or even a pair. I can't make it alone, and I'll sink like a stone unless you can undo what I've done. Okay. So Lord, lift me up in your tender embrace. Lend me your wisdom, your strength, and your grace. Help me to smash my opponent's fat face. Oh Lord, help me take money from my friends. All right, so right there, where we... Okay, so this is... And this was expected, so let's zoom in on that little join, because that's kind of an ugly little join there. So let's zoom in. And I apologize for my voice, by the way. I warned you guys in the description my voice isn't like, oh my God, he's such an angel. It's like, oh my God, get rid of him. My voice, I've been struggling with some sort of phlegm all week long. It's been a rough week. So I apologize that my voice is even more cracked and scuffed than usual. But anyway, all right, so we get back here, and this is where I took the previous track and put it all in there. And so can we see where the problem is here as we zoom in on this? Yes, we have this whole measure right here of, so I'm going to snap to there. And I'm going to split it again. That's that whole extra entry. And so I'm going to delete that, and then I'll just snick that right back down there. So we come back into... We'll set the playhead there. Me take money from my friends. Bum. All right, hey, look at that. Surgery. Digital audio workstations are the best. And then we're going deep down. I know it's only a game, but I want them shaking in terror and shame. It's just poker and beer. Still I need them to fear me, Lord. It's not enough just to win. All right, so this is the next part where we're going to have to do some surgery. Because in our first verse, we looped through the verse structure twice. So that's what we've got in this recording here, is it's going to loop back through the verse. However, we don't want to do that. We want right here, we want to split. All right? So now, do, 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 do. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I need to check something real fast. I just had all right, so. Okay, yep, that's fine. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. So this is the extra part of the verse that we don't need because this is looping through the verse twice. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so we'll square up on there. And we'll split it again. And then this section, you know what? I'm going to just drag it off that track and get rid of it for now. All right, so I'm going to mute that so that doesn't play on our playthrough. All right, and then, so I don't necessarily want to get rid of that yet. So, all right, so let's come back and let's set our playhead back in here. I need them to fear me, Lord. It's not enough just to win. Deal me good cards and I'll handle the math. We'll take their money while they take a bath. I'll show them my hand, and you'll show them your wrath. Help me take money from my friends. All right, so that worked. We took the one track, we recorded, and now we're cutting and slicing and dicing and moving stuff around, and we're building up the structure of our song. All right, cool. So now I can go ahead and get rid of that piece, since I know I don't need it anymore. All right. So, woohoo, look at that. We're making some progress here. So let's go ahead and zoom back out. And we've got quite a lot of MIDI data there. This is pretty awesome. Yeah, we're making some progress. And again, remember, this is not the time to be a perfectionist. Okay, there's a time and a place to be absolutely focused on, oh, I played that one note half a beat early. I did this, I did that. It is not the time to do that when you are building your scaffolding out. I mean, yes, you don't want it to be a complete flub, but I don't know if you guys noticed in here, I cheated a little bit, not just by cutting and editing and reusing material. That's not cheating, that's being smart, okay? That's intelligent laziness. Because I'm not putting a ton of effort into recording the scaffolding track because it's there just to give me that bass line. To give me something to play against, to react off of, okay? No, where I cheated here was in this, and I don't know if y'all noticed it, when I get into the chorus and we have that wonderful, I'll show them my hand, the diminished chords. I wasn't playing the diminished chords. All right, so if we come down and remember that it's... All right, so here, hang on. Let me switch back to... so you can see what I'm doing. So I'll show them my hand. that wonderful. So it's, I'll show them. That's the A diminished. And you'll show them your wrath. Okay? So it's the D to A diminished to A flat diminished to F sharp minor. All right? So I'll show them my hand, and you'll show them your wrath. So I did not do that full chord progression in the scaffolding when I was recording. I just did, I'll show them my hand, and you'll show them your wrath. I fudged it, okay? It doesn't, every little detail of what's going on doesn't have to be there. I didn't bother to record the I didn't record all the details of that either, because this is just the scaffolding track. This is just there. Think of it like framing a house. If you ever watched a house being built, all we're doing here is making sure we have a foundation and the framing. Okay, we're not doing any of the fine detail work yet. This is just so we can go, oh, there's that room, there's where the door is going to be. Oh, okay, so we get a sense of how the whole thing flows together, because we may want to, just because Jonathan recorded it this way, okay, I may want to put a break in here in between my verses where I'm messing around, playing or doing some solos or whatever. I may want to structure my song differently. That's what I'm playing around with here. With Ableton, with doing the scaffolding right now, is I'm playing around with how I want my song to be structured. I'm starting to get a sense of what is my interpretation of this song going to be? And I'm starting to nail some of that down and sketch out the broad strokes. It's the guidelines that you do if you're doing art. Before you start doing all the fine detail work, you do the rough oval, the face is going to be here. These are how the arms are going to be okay, that's all we're doing here. We do the same thing in music. And this is the beauty of digital audio workstations, is we don't have to be perfectionists. We don't have to be perfect. We can be good enough, and we can progressively build on that. We can work on getting better, making progress, not perfection. Okay. All right. So we've got our intro, our first double long verse, the bridge and chorus. We've got our second verse, bridge and chorus. All right. So we've got to deal me good cards and I'll handle the math. We'll take their money while they take a bath. I'll show them my hand and you'll show them your wrath. Oh, Lord, help me take money from my friends. Okay, and then that's where we jump down into the, and I don't want to cheat them. And so that's the C sharp augmented, so it's, okay. So bum, 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 bum. Because I know that's a sin. A sin. Yep. B7 here is the chord I'm looking for. So, F sharp minor. And I don't want to cheat them, because I know that's a sin. Bum, bum, bum. I just want to defeat them. All right. And make it hurt when I win. Make it hurt when I win. All right. So we've got this little, I guess this would technically be the bridge. I don't know. All right, so I don't know what. All right, so I'm falling down on the music terminology here. So there's the The part here that's the "So Lord, lift me up in your tender embrace," that's between the chorus proper and well, maybe that is the verse. I mean the chorus. Yeah, that's part of the chorus. Okay, I'm a dumbass. All right, so we've got our verse, extended verse, chorus. All right, so now we're going into the bridge here, which is this wonderful F sharp minor, C sharp augmented, A to B7. Do that again, then D, E augmented, and then we go back into our final verse. All right, so what I do want to do here is I want to see if I can I can't. At least not that I can see. So once I split these two, there's no way to really join them together so they're one unit, but that's okay. So I'll remember. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch off of this track, okay? And I'm going to switch up to here, and I'm going to go ahead and attach the grand piano to this one as well. And the reason why I'm doing this is I'm going to, this is where, because I don't want to mess with anything here in this track, and that's okay. There are tools that allow you to do that. But one of the other things that you can do is just switch to another track. Okay? When you've got something that you want to keep, switch to another track. You saw how easily I was able to cut and drag and move stuff around. So we're gonna take advantage of that. But what we're gonna do is, let me zoom this out a little bit. All right, so this is the one I'm going to record in. So what I want to do is bring the playhead back here. They take a bath. I'll show them my hand, and you'll show them your wrath. Oh Lord, help me take money from my friends. And that's where it'd be bottom, bum, bum. Oh, you know what? We actually need to go grab that. All right. Yay. So we're going to come back here to... All right, so we're gonna put it right there. God, that's annoying. All right. So where did that duplicate to? All right, so I think it just stuck there. So all right, so this did not duplicate. I want to copy that, and we're going to come over to here. We're going to paste it, and we're going to slide this, going to jam that up. All right, so what I'm doing here is just making sure we have all the fill. It's need them to feed me, Lord. It's not enough just to win. Deal me good cards and I'll handle the math. We'll take their money while they take a bath. I'll show them my hand, and you'll show them your wrath. Oh Lord, help me take money from my friends. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Okay, and so now is when we'll come in here. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and delete that clip, and we're gonna did my camera freeze again? Okay, my camera froze again. So all I have to do to fix that is get the mouse off that screen, come in here, select the webcam source, deactivate and reactivate. Okay, I don't know why it keeps doing that. Something on the system, USB keeps rescanning, and when it does that, my webcam goes on the fritz. So I'm going to have to figure that out. I don't know why that's happening. All right. So I see we have another viewer who showed up. That's awesome. Let's see. You know, you can say hi in chat, or you can just stay lurking, whatever. All right. So what we're doing next is, hang on just a second. I am, all right. So that's that. All right. I want to check something out real fast. So if I come here, all right, I see what I'm doing. How do I... I don't think there's any way to do that. All right, so I'm not going to worry about it. All right, so I'm going to come back to OBS. All right, so Ableton. All right, so when we come out of this piece, we don't have the little... Oh, wait, that was way too far back. So what we don't have there is, that's what we're coming out of there, and it's... Help me take money from, with a do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do, bum, bum, and I don't want... Before we go into the bridge. So we have a little bit of filler material we need to do there. All right, so... Unless... Okay, so this is where we'll go back and we will... I tried doing this once already, and I screwed it up. So that's this piece here. See, I needed to grab that too. So I will come back here. And I'm going to copy all of that. And I'm going to paste it there. And I know this is too much, but that's okay. Because I'm going to put the head there, and I'm going to split it and nuke that piece. I think actually... Yep, okay, so... The wrath. Lord, help me take money from my bottom, bum, bum, bottom, bum, 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 bum. So this is where I split it. And that is where I delete that part. All right, so we are ready to do the, and I don't want to cheat them. All right, ready to get into that piece. So this is where we're going to come up to here. And we're going to record. And this is just our wonderful... Hello? Why do we have no MIDI? Why do we have no MIDI? You don't hear anything now. Shoot. What is going on? Did it drop the M audio interface? I think it did. All right, we'll connect that back in. Aha. No. What is going on, Ableton? Why are you being this way? Okay, we've got our MIDI. I can see the MIDI data coming in. I've got an instrument. I'm not even hearing it on my monitor. What the hell is going on? Okay, so I can hear it on track 2. Oh, chat, I'm an idiot. Okay, so this is why we can't hear it. What? Look at this. Because I muted the damn track earlier because I'm a genius. Okay. It's okay. Learning curve. Not trying to be perfect, just trying to be better. All right. So, we're having fun now. All right, so this is where we just get into this wonderful, and I don't want to cheat them because I know that's a sin. I just want to defeat them and make it hurt when I win. Make it hurt when I win. All right, so that brings up something else that I wanted to discuss real quickly. So before, when I've been playing this, all right. Hey, now we can hear. Okay. All right, can you hear me again? All right, so now we can go back in and we can... All right, we've got our webcam again. Yay! All right, so, and I can go... Okay, I do not know what is going on with my USB, but it is pissing me off. All right. So there's something going on with, it seems to be with what I'm using as my launch pad. So I'm going to have to figure something else out. Because what I have All right. Well, so I think I just get to not use that for the rest of... All right. So the little USB... Okay. This is getting old fast. All of my USB shit, my webcam keeps crapping out. And I don't know why. All right. Hopefully this will stay. I'm just going to... Fucker. Okay. We're going to try this again. Maybe that connection was loose. Oh, come on, webcam. Mike, that's my webcam. All right, so my webcam is back. Need to deactivate it. Need to activate it. Come on. You can come back. There's my talking. Oh, shoot. All right. What is going on? Why is... What is going on here? Video capture device. Why is it not seen? Well, I just lost my camera. Awesome. All right. What is going on here? All right. I have a thought. And the thought is I unplug it from there and plug it into... All right. Sorry about this, folks. This should be entertaining as shit. All right. So now... Why am I not seeing any... Come on. What's going on here? Cameras. Okay, and the funny thing is, I know this camera is working. All right. so there's that. Why are we not seeing anything on this one? All right. So I think what I have to do is come nuke the webcam from all of my scenes. Something is holding it open. So I don't have it in talking. I don't have it in game. I don't have it in game. I don't have it in game. All right. So now I can add a new video capture device, and okay, so it already has webcam in there. But something is holding it open. What is holding the camera? Especially where it's no longer even plugged into the system. All right. Apologies for all of this. All right. So let us remove that. All right. So where do I find all of my sources? Video. Okay. No. Stream audio. All right. Boy, this gets old real fast. All right, because you guys can still hear me, right? We at least have that. All right, so why? So I want to add a video capture device. Why do I have existing the webcam there? Okay, so, and now it's telling me that the device is not going. Yeah, that's because it doesn't exist, because I had it unplugged. Okay, now it says it's live, but it's not. What is going on with this thing? Did my camera die? Well, that would be bloody wonderful, wouldn't it? I think my camera may have died. That may be the problem. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to unplug it. To see if I have a spare camera. I do not think I do. was that old crappy Microsoft one that didn't have? Why is my camera no longer working? All right, well, shit. So UVC camera is showing. So you can see that. That's... But this camera is just flat out not working. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to try device manager. I'm going to go in. Yeah, it's not even there. All right, so when I plug it in, so it's finding it. All right, I'm going to uninstall the device entirely. All right. All right, so I just found the camera. Search for drivers, updated drivers on Windows Update. All right, I should be able to go into the camera app now and switch which camera. And it's flat out. It says another app is using the camera already. What is stuck using that bloody thing? Because if I stop and restart OBS, that stops and restarts the stream, and that's no damn bueno. Because I'm willing to bet that if I stop and restart OBS, that's going to release whatever is going on, but then we lose all of our... All right, well, I'm just going to limp along for now without the webcam. Sorry about that, guys. Shit, that just makes everything a little more difficult. All right, so I wonder if that was where the problem was and not my Stream Deck at all, or not Stream Deck, but my poor man's Stream Deck at all. All right, so let's go back to... All right, so we've got... Pardon me. All right, so sorry about the lack of camera, but we're just going to try to press on here. Unless we want to... One more thing we can try. All right, so we can use that camera as our webcam. And then we can go into... All right. So we have back of the head cam now. So that's better than nothing, right? Okay. So let me see if I have that everywhere. I need to... No, of course not. All right. All right. So I don't have it in any of the other. I have it there. Okay, so... Sorry, I just gotta go clear some stuff out. All right, so we at least have... So I think we now have the old source cleared out, and I only have webcam on those two scenes. All right, cool. All right, so now we can go ahead and let me... no, I need to have OBS up. I need to have OBS up. Where the hell did OBS go? Did I just kill OBS? No. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. Good. Good. Oh, God, scared myself for a second. All right. So we're back here. So we have the bum 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 bum. All right. So we're ready to move into the... So where I was going with this before all the shenaniganery with the camera freaking out. All right. So until now, and we can kind of see this in this camera view here, so it actually kind of works. I've been doing, that's my A, and my E and my D, and I've been sticking with this portions of it. So I can do the F sharp minor, and then the bum, the walk down, and then up to the A, and that was how I was originally going to play it because I've been using the same A the whole time. But if we, since we're doing we're walking down, we can go bum 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 bum, and then moving up. So we've already got two of the, in that chord, we've got two of the same notes that we tie into with the A, but we're moving up for that fifth interval there. So we can also go bum, bum, and then we can move down and then up to the E. So the bum, bum, So we can do that. So it's make it hurt when I win. Okay. So by doing, it's the same chord, but it's an octave apart, so it's different voicings. It can give us a different feel in there. Now again, this is the scaffolding. We don't want to overthink it too hard, but this is part of the fun of why I like the guitar over other instruments so much, is because you have so many different ways of doing the same chord. You can do the open chord, you can do bar chords, you can do it up on the fretboard, you can do alternate versions, you can do inversions where you're so you've got a lot of different ways to voice stuff. And so you start thinking about that as to, because you can play everything with open chords or as basic of a chord as you possible, but more experienced musicians, they learn all these additional alternative chords, alternative fingerings, and that's where then you can tie your music line together and keep the feel of it descending all, instead of having it bounce all around. That even though your melodic line is dropping down, your chords are bouncing up and down all around. That kind of undercuts what you're doing musically. So things to think about. All right, let's get back to this. We're going to record in here. So, and that's just... So, all right, so we're good to go on that. You know what? I'm going to adjust the camera just a smidge so we can... Yeah, there we go. All right, so we can see me playing while we're recording. All right, that's even better. Yay. All right. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to be buying a new webcam. Yay. I'm so damn excited. This one did not last very long. It was a cheap one off Amazon, and I guess you get what you pay for, right? Okay. All right, a little bit of iced tea, hydrate. Whoa, do not need to push the microphone down my throat. All right. Lost my mouse. There we go. All right, so... I suck. Okay, all right, we're going to start that over again. I'm going to start it back here. I don't know why it's not giving me a bar, but... All right, so it's... Okay, so that's what we're doing. God damn it. All right. So what's throwing me off here is, one, the beat is a little slower than I'm expecting now. Okay, so I'm going to set this back here and then we'll... All right, so let's give it another try. All right. Clean enough. So what we need to do is come to here, split, nuke that, and now we can drag this down and join it in. All right. So actually what I'm going to do is, nope. No, I'm not going to duplicate it like that. No. All right. I need to scroll back. I'm going to copy. I'm going to come into here. I'm going to paste. All right. Well, it's keeping the same. All right. So now, when we play back through this now, we'll go. And I don't want to cheat them, because I know that's a sin. I just want to defeat them. Make it hurt when I win. Make it hurt when I win. All right, and I added an extra measure of pause in there for good fun. The make it hurt when I win. Okay. So we've got room in there. We can cut that out later if we don't want that, but we have it in there now. All right. So now we go back to, so poke them with sticks and crush them with stones, chew them up, good Lord, and spit out their bones, make my riches grow, and let those bitches know that you hate them and love only me. So this is the verse and chorus until we get to the day that they bet their dogs and their wives. Oh Lord, help me take money from, help me take money from, help me take money from my friends. So we're going to have to do a little bit of surgery with our track there when we get there, but that's okay. We can do that. All right, so we come back to here. And we made a grand mess of stuff. So I think I'm going to go ahead and copy that, and I'm going to paste that here. I said paste. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna come in here, and because this is our Yep, so this is where we're going to split it. Boop. We're going to nuke that piece because we don't need it. So this is ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum. Yep. Ba-do-do. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so that was in the first verse. That was the part where we ran through the first verse structure. So now we have verse and chorus. All right. So we back this sucker up right there, and so we come into here. So poke them with sticks and crush them with stones. Chew them up, good Lord, and spit out their bones. Make my riches grow and let those bitches know that you hate them and love only me. Burn it all down until nothing survives. Make them regret for the rest of their lives the day that they bet their dogs and their wives. Oh Lord, help me take money from. All right, so this is where bum 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 bum. So I'm going to come in right here, and we're going to split that off, and we're just going to re-record the help me take money from, help me take money from, help me take money from my friends. So it's help. All right, well, we got to have the monitor. Help me take money from, help me take money from, help me take money from my friends. All right, so we're close to the end here. So let's go ahead and we're just going to go ahead and record in this track, I think. No, I don't want to do that. We're going to come up here. We're going to unarm. We're going to arm. We're going to set it there, and we're going to go. So I'm just doing bouncing to D to E, D to E. So here we go. Oh, well, shit, that was way too fast. All right. We're going to come all the way back here. All right. So this should now be, come back to here. We'll back it on down and split. Delete. We'll unarm that track. We'll drag this sucker down. All right. So all right. So we should be able to do. All right, let's zoom in a little and we'll come back here. Okay. The rest of their lives, the day that they bet their dogs and their wives. Oh Lord, help me take money from, help me take money from, help me take money from my friends. All right, so we've got our recording. We have our piano track. All right, our piano scaffolding track. Now, the next piece. So what we're going to do, first of all, we are going to save our live set. Yes, we are. And we're going to save it, and we're going to call it Gambler's Prayer. Boom. All right. So we now have all our progress saved. So what else would we need in a scaffolding track? Okay. We've got a crappy MIDI piano recording. It's not as precise as it could be. And part of that's because I have this really dinky MIDI controller here. It's not a nice full-size keyboard. And I mean, I'm not a pianist, okay? But If I had a better keyboard, I could produce a better recording. But the point is to get something down, and then I can always improve from there. Okay? When you are at the lower end of the learning curve, as much as you want to rush on and not do stuff over and over and over, doing stuff over and over and over is how you get better. It is how you, well, okay. If all you're doing is not paying attention and doing stuff over and over and over, you aren't going to get better. Okay. One of the things that they teach me in my guitar course, it's really good to record yourself. It's really, really good to record yourself because when you go and listen to it again or watch it again, you will hear all sorts of mistakes that you maybe didn't catch while you were playing. Okay? So it is a humbling experience, but it is also, I believe, a necessary experience. It is a great way to get feedback. And I tell you right now, playing these tracks through and listening to them is super cringe already. I'm a perfectionist by nature, and so hearing some of the crap that I'm hearing here really is uncomfortable for me, because I can hear how stuff is not properly aligned, and I can hear, I can hear all the imperfections and flaws and everything. Okay. So trust me on that. I get it. I get that. But that is an important part of the process. When you start off, you may not hear some of those flaws. So getting to the point where you record yourself, you record your work, and you go back and listen to it, and you listen to it with a critical ear. Now, when I say critical, I don't mean critical as in, oh my God, you're so awful, I'm tearing you down. I mean critical as in honest. As in, okay, here's things I did well. Oh, there's something I didn't do well. And then you go back over it and you go, okay, what could I do to do that better? How could I make that better? How can I improve myself? And so honestly, looking at your past performance is one of the fastest tools you have to getting better. Again, in karate and my guitar lessons also emphasize this. When you catch yourself playing something wrong, don't let the wrong playing be the last thing you do. Go back and play it right. Okay? Sometimes when you're practicing, you can do that. You can stop, you can, oh, wow, I really flubbed that up. But sometimes you need to do that in the context of the larger piece. If you're playing along and you're playing a few measures, okay, get to the end of the measure, then go back and rerun the whole thing through. Maybe you need to slow it down a bit to get all the fingerings precise and get it done and get through, and so that you're not constantly chopping everything up and have everything disconnected. The whole point is to flow and to build that sense of timing and to let everything flow. So being able to go, oh, I messed that up. Okay, I need to go back and I need to play that piece again. Okay, here's an example. All right, so I'm going to grab a capo. All right, and I'm gonna pop that on the 6th fret because we're about to do a little bit. God, Devin, I am so good at the talking, I just can't even imagine. All right, hang on a second. All right, so I've got the guitar, I got the capo on the 6th fret. You can't really see what I'm doing here, but that's okay. I'm about to play some Ed Sheeran. All right. All right, so there's this little trick part of Icy Fire, this this trick, a little bit of finger style stuff that is, well, first of all, it's easier to play when I'm not sitting on this chair. But, so I can sit there and slow it down and go. Okay. So I can do that. And eventually speed it up. But I can hear that I'm dropping notes in there, okay? So instead of... Ah, shit. Okay. Try it again. Nope. Oh, okay. Nope. Okay. Nope. What I'm doing there, I'm not making any progress. All I'm doing is pissing myself off. I'm frustrating myself. All right. So what I need to do is accept the imperfection and get through. And just keep playing that phrase. Okay, I'm getting better. Oh. Okay. I'm still... All right, so what am I missing? So now is where I've played the phrase through multiple times now, okay? So now I need to go sit down and break down what I'm getting wrong. Okay, so now I'm going to go slow, and it's... Okay, now I got all the notes in there, so... Okay, so that's what I'm having trouble with, is when I'm doing the hammer-ons and pull-offs. Good. It's that flicking that G string there with my middle finger that I'm missing. So I gotta. So. So I see I have a problem. That finger is out of position for that note. So I go work on it, but I keep working on it until... All right, so I'm getting better. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm getting better. I'm not leaving that last playthrough as, wow, I really screwed it up, okay? So you've got to accept some imperfection, but you've got to recognize where the imperfection is and work on fixing what's wrong in the context of everything that is surrounding it, so that you are building, you're not just this one little thing is right and this one little thing is right, that you're building that flow of, and that's important for multiple reasons. One, you're building the longer muscle memory, you're building that stamina, but you're also giving yourself permission to experiment. You may discover, because each player, when they play, they should be finding ways to make the music their own. You may discover there's a completely different alternate timing that you may like better. It may express what your interpretation of the song better. You may not want that note to be in there. You may. The point is, you have to give yourself permission to suck, but you have to commit to fixing the suck. And that is how you progress as a musician, as an artist. That's how you progress in anything in life. All right, so we've got our file saved. So the next piece that we would want to do, honestly, would be drums. But this is where we run smack dab into the limits of my Ableton Live knowledge. I do not know how to do drum tracks yet. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to open a new live set because we have another song. Okay, we have Nobody Loves You Like Me. All right, so we have a new MIDI track. Let's add grand piano in so we can hear. Okay, so the bar, who cares what I do? I'm all alone, but I'm drinking for two, drowning the band that I used to be. Nobody loves you like me. All right, so this is in the key of F, and I do not like that key. I do not like the B sharp. It's not quite the right key for my voice. So I'm going to say fuck it, and we're going to transpose this bitch. All right, so first thing we could do, we could just drop down. We're starting with F, so I could drop down to E. Here at the bar, who... All right, so so C7. So we're at F, and we come down to E. That's a half step. So that's part of the problem. If we're a C7, okay. So we'd come down, and that would be a B flat. And fuck that, I'm not into B flat. All right, so the key of E is out. So let's go to D. Here at the bar, who cares what I do? I'm all alone, but I'm drinking for two, drowning the man that I used to be. Nobody loves you like me. Mm-hmm. All right, so me in the morning I'll go. Okay. Morning I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you... And that's where we get into some weird shit. So what I'm going to do next, I'm going to grab the guitar back down, and we're going to figure out what key we're going to do this in, because for me it's a lot easier to transpose stuff on the guitar. So let's figure this out, and then we'll go record us some MIDI. All right, so... Here at the bar, who cares what I do? I'm all alone, but I'm drowning the man that I used to be. Nobody loves you like me. Okay, so. Somewhere you never find you. All right, so let's shift this down into the key of C. Place far away, somewhere you'll never, See, I hate that it uses no, the way this, okay, so this is silly. This is silly, and I hate it because it's wrong. All right, this is the problem with using tabs sometimes. It's not, okay, it's really funny for me to say that this is wrong when I'm playing it off of Joko's site, but I don't like the way this sounds. All right, so all right, so if we do it. I can't play B sharp. I think you'll agree. It's no good for you, no better for me. In the morning I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you'll never find me. I don't like that progression there. It's not quite right. So if we transpose this fucker down, all right. So let's so it's in the key of F right now. If we transpose it to, so it's. All right, so where we're at is right in here. So if we transpose this down, so this is key of F, so this would be C. I shouldn't stay, I think you'll agree. It's no good for you, no better for me. In the morning I'll go place far away, somewhere you'll. So this is, okay, so F is C, B flat is G, no, F is C, B flat is F, sorry. All right, so where it says F, we're transposing to C. Where it says B flat, we're transposing to F. And where it says C7 or C or C7, that's going to be G. All right, so I shouldn't stay, think you'll agree. It's no good for you, no better for me. In the morning I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you'll G7 never find me. Well, I guess that works. Okay, so somewhere you'll, so G7 C, D minor. But it just doesn't feel like it's the right progression there. So maybe I'm being overly picky here, but because if I were so. I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you'll never find me, somewhere you'll somewhere you never. See, I like the D minor G. I just don't. Somewhere you, somewhere you, somewhere you. See, I like that instead of being the F there, or the C, I like that being the A minor, so it's. But I don't like that C7, that G7 being there. I don't think that's the right. Somewhere you'll, because it sounds like it's dropping into a minor. So what the hell are we doing here? Place far away, somewhere you'll. All right, are my stats. All right, so I still have 2 viewers. Yay. So I shouldn't stay thinking better for me in the morning. I'll go to far away, somewhere you'll. And I had this worked out. I found it. I'm so pissed at myself for not writing down what the right progression was. Somewhere you'll, because we're dropping. All right, so I'm going to transpose this bitch into G for a minute because I know more of the minor chords. And so that makes it a little easier because everything's just going a half step, a whole step up. So instead of B flat is C, F is G. So I shouldn't stay, think you'll agree, so good for you. So that last sequence there, transposed into G, would be D7, G, A minor, D. And it's the D7 that is pissing me off. I don't think that's right. In the morning I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you. Yeah, there we go. So I go to G. There, the F where it says place far away. Morning I'll go to a place far away, somewhere. And from there I go to A minor. No, that's not. Damn it. Okay, now that's actually, so that's interesting. So, in the morning I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you'll Never find me. All right, so yeah, see, that's the progression. That's the progression right there, because what we're doing, in the morning I'll go to a place far away. We come back, and then we just walk up A minor, B minor, C, D7. There. So transposing it back into F. In the morning, let's see. So B flat. All right. So that's the B flat right there. Think you'll agree. No better for me in the morning. I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you'll. Okay, so that is G minor. Okay, so that is A minor, so it'd be G minor. So think you'll agree, it's no good for you, no better for me in the morning. I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you'll never. Yeah. Fun. Never. Fine. Yeah, okay, yeah. Find me. Okay. So yeah, so that's the progression there. That's that. So here, instead of the C7, F, G minor, C, what we're doing is, morning I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you'll. G minor, A minor, B flat, C7. Yeah. That's a much better. It just progresses melodically a lot better. Now, the thing is, it's more of a bitch to play. All right, so transposing this back down into C. So, I shouldn't stay, think you'll agree. It's no good for you, no better for me. In the morning I'll go, place far away, somewhere you'll. So D minor, never find me. Oh, hey, that's easy. So it's morning I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you'll. D minor, E minor, F, G. Oh, yeah, that's gonna sound much better. All right, so here we go. I shouldn't stay, think you'll agree. It's no good for you, no better for me. In the morning I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you'll never find me. Hell yes, chat. All right, that's the way to do it. It ain't working. That's the way you do it. You get your guitar. All right, so yeah. All right, so that's all right. So that's the progression I like. Okay. When you're doing a chord progression like that, and this is a personal pet peeve. This is not the right way, the wrong way. This is just Devin's way. I don't like reusing chords. in a progression like that. I really, when I'm walking up or walking down, I do not like reusing chords. I don't like using variations of the same chord. So where we're bouncing here in the notation, C7 to C. Now, if I'm playing this in the key of F, I can understand why I'm doing this. It's close to the progression that I'm doing. The right notes are there. But these, if I'm accomplished in playing in the key of F, these are easy chords to play. Doesn't mean I like it. It's a good fallback. But I much prefer the D minor. It just, I think it's a more rich sound. I'm a biased son of a bitch, not even gonna lie about it. I prefer that kind of richness in the chord progression. So that's how I'm gonna play it. That's what I'm gonna do. All right, cool. So, I think it's easier to play on, at least on the piano. On the guitar, maybe not. No better than me in the morning I'll go. Place far away, somewhere you'll never find me. And notice here, I'm doing, instead of just the straight chord there, I'm doing the 7th version of it. So you get that. Okay, that's the chord. You go down a whole step with the first, so you're not hitting the root note anymore. You're actually going down below it. Or if you wrap it around, you're going up to the 7th. So that's the 7th variation of the chord. And that, where you do it that way, okay, there's my root note, 3, 5, 7, but I'm doing it down lower. So it gives a nice movement to it. And that's learning the 7th. So G7, learning that and applying it in your chord progressions really helps you connect and fill in and kind of make a more graceful motion and feel for what you're doing. So I like using that. All right, so we've got that nasty, wicked progression figured out. I'm going to reward myself with a swig of cherry Coke. Thank you very much. All right. So I need to check something because my stats block is no longer updating on a regular basis, and I wonder if I screwed something up. Stats? No, I have that up there. All right. All right. So, where are we at? All right. So, All right. So, now this song is just, if you have not gone and listened to Joko's version of it, you really need to go listen to Joko's version of it because it is just haunting as shit. This song, on a bad day, will make me cry, and it is ugly cry, chat. I do not lie. Yeah, okay. Those weren't Joko's chords. Ha ha. Ha. Take that, Hamish. All right, cool. So, I'm a petty bitch sometimes. All right, so let's play through the song. Here at the bar. Who cares what I do? I'm alone, but I'm drinking for two. Drowning the man that I used to be. Nobody loves you like me. I won't sign a thing, or else if I do, I'll use a pencil, and that will show you how nothing lasts, how nothing is free. Nobody loves you like me. I shouldn't stay. I think you'll agree. It's no good for you, no better for me. In the morning I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you'll never find me. All right. I catch a look, a thing that you say, out on the fire escape, smoking all day, missing someone. Now who could it be? Nobody loves you like me. The noises outside, trucks in the street, will cover my flight, my hero's retreat. I'm supposed to feel bad, but I don't anymore. Only when you remind me. Air in my lungs, a cough and a wheeze, holes in the billows and blood on the keys. You move along, there's nothing to see. Nobody loves you like me. Nobody loves you like me. All right, so that's just a much simpler, gentler song than Gambler's Prayer. It's a lot softer in tone, and I honestly, for this one, we're talking about taking Gambler's Prayer and taking that sucker and going, talking about taking that and going like church worship band sound with Gambler's Prayer, just for the pure sacrilege of it. I don't know if I want to do that and anymore, and the reason why I'm not sure if I want to do that is that that would require me to go back and listen to a lot of worship band stuff again, and I really don't want to do that, so probably not going to do it. If any of y'all have any thoughts about that, that'd be fine. So this song though, so Joko kind of screwed the rest of us when he recorded this, because he does it with that wonderfully minimalist with the Vox plugin that does some of the Vox shifting and lays the chords down underneath. So he's basically just singing it and then has the plugins in Ableton Live that are modulating his voice and turning it into robotic sounding chords. And it's glorious, and it's minimalist, and it's everything this song needs. And so even just sitting here and finger picking and doing it like I just did now is not, in some ways it feels a little heavy. So if I'm going to be heavy on this, I'm going to lean into it. So for this one, I'm honestly thinking electronic, having some sort of, and maybe some guitar riffs in there, and just kind of really, maybe not quite, not overdone, like, rip your heart out, emotions on your sleeve kind of power ballad, like Total Eclipse of the Heart or any Meatloaf song. But maybe, I don't know. This song screams depression to me. This song screams dissociation to me. This so maybe some sort of quiet electronic, maybe along the lines of some of what Daft Punk does in the Tron Legacy soundtrack, just as far as some of that understated quiet coming up from below, like water welling up in your basement, to let you know that you've got a problem. And you better do something about it. And I'm just given the lyric, I think that's the route I'm going to go with this. So it's going to be an electronic treatment, I think. Lots of so just kind of quiet, not exuberant, not a big loud beat, just kind of really quiet and subdued, and just all right. So that's the way I'm thinking about going for this. So let's go ahead and get this off the screen, and let's get back into our selection view, and we've got our grand piano, and I can't hear it because I took my headphones off, my monitor headphones off, because I'm a dumbass. All right, so now I can hear it, and y'all can hear it too, because I see it coming out in the mixer. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. So nobody's bothered to ask me a question. Shame on you all. Shame, chat, shame. But I'm sure someone at some point is going to be wondering, so why does he always record everything into the second track? Why doesn't he start with the first track? I don't know. I just, I don't, yeah, I don't know. I'm the same way when I'm like working on Excel spreadsheets and stuff. I don't start in square A1. I start in B2, and that leaves me a row above and a column to the side that I can use to expand stuff if I need to. I like having a little bit of white space to work with. So I don't know. I just recorded into track 2. No biggie. It is what it is. All right. So this one, here at the bar, 1, 2, 3, cares what. So again, this is a 3/3 song. So thank you, John. All right, so 3/4 time. We're going to turn that on. We have a 1 bar lead in. We're all the way back. So here at the bar, who cares? Okay, so going back to an earlier point. So you see what I'm talking about? Here at the bar, who cares what I do? Because my voice is dropping. Here at the bar, who cares what I do? I'm all alone, but I'm drinking for 2, drowning the man that I used to be. Nobody loves you like me. I shouldn't stay. Okay, I shouldn't stay. I'm going up, so I go up now because I could do this. Here at the bar, here at the bar, who cares what I do? I'm all alone, but I'm drinking for 2, drowning the man who I used to be. Nobody loves you like me. I shouldn't stay. I can go down, and I can go the opposite direction of the way the music is going, or I can go with it. And I don't know. There's not a wrong answer. There's how do you want the music to emphasize what you're doing with the lyrics? How do you want the lyrics and the melody to emphasize what you're doing with the music? They're not set in stone. One is not more important than the other. They're all choices that you can make. All right, so, but just for now, for the scaffolding track, I'm just I'm going for practicality and pragmatism, and I have room to play down like that, and I don't have room to play up. So that's how I'm doing it on here for the recording, because that's what I have room for. if I ever get around to raising some money and getting a bigger, better MIDI controller, then I would have more room and I'd have more options. So yeah, so practical is good too. All right, so without further ado, you know what? I'm a dumbass. I am a dumbass because I should not have, there we go. I should not have closed that down. By the way, if you didn't know that, in just about any modern browser, Control-Shift-T will recover a closed tab. Yeah, good to know. So if you close a tab and then you go, shit, I shouldn't have closed that, Control-Shift-T usually brings that tab right back up. If you've gone and done a bunch of other stuff since then, not so much, just kind of like any undo, but that's a real quick, because Control-T is new tab, Control-Shift-T is resurrect the tab you just deleted. All right, so a little bit of, and I believe switching Control and Shift to their corresponding Mac counterparts does the same thing on Macs as well. I finally retired my Mac because it's an old 2010 variant and it's like 2 or 3 major versions of Mac OS behind, so I don't have it hooked up anymore. And that was so I could make room for this wonderful layout. All right, so I am zooming out just a little so I can get the whole friggin' song on this monitor over here that y'all can't see. This monitor. All right. So, are we ready to do this? All right. I'm going to go for it and see if I can just play the whole song through in one take. It's a simple song. It's actually simpler than Gambler's Prayer. But if I don't, we're going to go back and we're going to use the same chop it up and edit and use multiple selections, and it's all good. We're going to do that. All right? So, here we go. Here at the bar, who cares what or I'm going to stuff it up on the second chord. Okay. All right, let's try this again, chat. Bump, 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 bump. And I'm going to give it 2 bars of lead in. Give me time. Look at that. Spacebar is playback. Is there a keyboard shortcut for record? There is a computer MIDI keyboard, but I don't want a computer MIDI keyboard. All right, so, because I have a regular MIDI keyboard. All right, so here we go. Here at the bar, who cares what I do? I'm all alone, but I'm drinking for 2, drowning the man that I used to be. Nobody loves you like me. I won't sign a thing, or else if I do, I'll use a pencil and that will show you how nothing lasts, how nothing is free. Nobody loves you like me. I shouldn't stay, I think you'll agree. It's no good for you, no better for me in the morning. I'll go to a place far away, somewhere you'll never find me. I catch a look, a thing that you say, out on the fire escape, smoking all day, missing someone. Now who could it be? Nobody loves you like me. The voices outside, the trucks in the street will cover my flight. My heroes retreat. I'm supposed to feel bad, but I don't anymore. Only when you remind me. Air in my lungs, a cough and a wheeze, holes in the bellows and blood on the keys. You move along, there's nothing to see. Nobody loves you like me. Nobody loves you like me. All right, I kind of stuffed the ending there, so let's go back and listen to that and see where I fucked it up. Knows you like me. Try to get fancy. Yep, yeah, okay, all right. So I'm just going to go here. All right, and we're going to split it, and we're going to nuke that last part. And we're just going to pick it up from there. Nobody loves you like me. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy from here. So let's zoom the fuck in. All right, so I lost myself. I lost myself. All right, so this is... You'll never find me. Air in my lungs, a cough and wheeze. Air in the billow and blood on the keys. You move along, there's nothing to see. Nobody loves you like me. All right, so this is where we're going to come up here. On arm track 2, arm track 1. Add grand piano to track 1. Knows you like me. Oh shit, it did record. All this, I was like, it didn't record. What the hell? But it recorded because I'm a dumbass. All right, so this is nobody loves you like me. All right, so hang on. I have lost myself again. God. Blood on the keys. You move along. There's nothing to see. All right. You move along. There's nothing. You move along. There's... All right, so this back here is where we're at. You move along. There's nothing to see. Nobody loves you like me. Nobody loves you like me. All right, so we can come here. We can snicky snack. Delete that track. Drag that down, and now we have, okay, so now we've got our track. All right, we have our piano track for it. See, so recording, the basics of recording in Ableton Live are actually stupidly easy. It's not that hard, especially when you're using a MIDI keyboard or a MIDI device. And again, this was a cheap one. I didn't spend a ton of money on it, and it's actually not bad. It has the little thing here. I could get a sustain pedal and plug that in. And so I actually have a pedal for doing sustain effects and stuff like that. But it's just a regular USB interface in. I've got our pitch bend, modulation, volume control. I can move, like, here, let me turn that back on so we can hear that. I have... Okay, so I have the octave controls, and I have these transpose controls. So if I'm comfortable playing it, it's kind of like a capo, a guitar capo for a keyboard. Okay, so I'm playing C. Yep, so see, it moves up. Every time I press the transpose, it moves it up or down 1/2 step. So I can transpose and keep comfortable fingerings that I'm used to. So it really is a capo for MIDI. So this little tiny little thing is actually really, I mean, it's really good and capable to start with. It's got all the features you need to just get music into Ableton. So doing something like this is a good thing. All right, so we've got the two backing. We've got the two Oh! Thank you for reminding me. That is what I need to do. We have this wonderful input. Let us not waste it. We are going to save this live set, and this is Untitled. So this is Nobody Loves You Like Me. All right, so one more little bonus thing that we're going to do. I'm going to do one more live set. All right, I'm going to come down. I'm going to do grand piano. All right, so that's ready to record. All right, so there's a secret project I'm working on, and you just heard a little piece of it. You will hear it again in the future, but I'm not going to talk about it yet. But I need to do this real quick recording here, so let's turn that fucking metronome on, and this is 4/4 time. One, ba-da-da. All right, so I'm gonna record this real fast while I have Ableton up and going, and I just yeah. All right, so here we go, and tempo's completely wrong. Completely wrong. You know what? so all right. That was all I needed. Save that as secret project. All right, cool. So, yeah, so we've done approximately 3.25 hours of music and music theory talk and stuff, and we've recorded. We've started the recording of our scaffolding tracks. So we got the chords down. Now I just need to get some drum in there, and then we can start in later weeks. We can start actually figuring out sounds and stuff like that and start laying down actual instrument tracks. All right, so cool. We are making progress. So I think at this point it is time to close Ableton Live and go back to just talking. And maybe even yeah. All right. So that's let's move all that back up. All right, out of the way. All right. Oregon Trail. Because if it isn't enough to die of embarrassment at how bad I am singing and music, it is now I get to die of dysentery on the Oregon Trail. Yay! All right, so what are the first names of the members of your party? It's this wonderful little placard, and they give you, it's basically a dry erase board, and they give you a little dry erase marker. That's pretty friggin' sweet. We've got all these cards. Okay. More cards. And a die. All right. And then instructions. So instructions are important. All right. So there's all that. Put that aside. All right. And I'm going to shift the camera view down to see more. All right. Here we go. All right. Now that we're done, I can take that, get that out of the way. I can move that. I can hang up my monitor headphones and put my regular headphones on. All right. Good to go here now. All right, so, all right, come with me into our history. First names of members of my party. Devin. I am Devin. I am dumb enough to go on the Oregon Trail all by myself. All right. So, we have the instruction poster. Okay. And let's see, where is... Wait, I thought there was a one-player mode. Maybe there's not. So there's another game that I bought at the same time. It's called Parks, and it's you go hiking and visit national parks, and it's kind of cool. And it does... I believe it has a solo mode, and then I also have the Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition game from Kickstarter, and that definitely has a solo mode. So let's see. Maybe I don't have... All right, so I was wrong. I misremembered. There is not a single player mode, so there's a 2-player mode. So guess what? I'm going to be multiple personality. So there's Devin and Devin 2. All right, cool. All right, so let's do this. Let's go on the trail. All right, so we've got calamity cards. Okay, we've got supply cards. Supply cards are things like spare parts, clean water. I don't know why you'd think that was important. 100 bullets, clothes, 200 pounds of food, oxen. Oxen are important. Medicine. Medicine's really important. All right. Calamity cards are bad shit happen, or sometimes bad shit happens. Sometimes good things happen. So, like, for example, collect 200 pounds of rabbit and bison if you have 1 bullets card. Discard this card if you have no bullets. So I went hunting. Cholera, typhoid, dead oxen, broken arm. All right, so there's all sorts of things that can happen to me here. All right, dysentery, our friend dysentery. You get that, you died. Boom, that's it. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. All right, snake bite. You have died of a snake bite. Kills you immediately. All right, so we're going to shuffle our calamity cards. All right, yeehaw. Here we go. All right. Okay. All right. Calamity cards. All right. Now I'm going to shuffle the supply cards. These are nice, good quality cards too. I mean, they're not too thick, they're not too thin. They've got a nice coating on them. All right, so we got trail cards, and then we've got Willamette Valley, Oregon, finish, and Independence, Missouri start. Now, one of the interesting things about the rules, the player who starts first is the one who was born closest to the Willamette Valley. So those of you who were born over this way have an advantage playing this card game. Now, this is a brutal game. The Oregon Trail was brutal historically. Lots of people died on their way. And so the game reflects that by, it is not a competitive game. It is a cooperative game. You have your party from 2 to 6 players, and You all win if even one of you make it all the way across the trail to the Willamette Valley. If even one player has survived the trek, everybody wins, even the dead people. That should just give you an idea of how friggin' hard this game is. All right? I don't know if you remember the computer game, but it is brutal. Brutal. I'm sure you can find YouTube clips and stuff that show you the gameplay. All right. All right, so we've got our supply cards, our calamity cards, and our trail cards. All right, so set up. Form your wagon party by writing the names, Devin and Devin 2. You can see that, we got that. Place the start and the finish approximately 3 feet apart. You're funny. All right, so we're going to put Independence, Missouri over here. We're going to put the Willamette Valley over there. Right there. That's not quite 3 feet, but, well, hang on. Is it? All right. Don't judge me for what I'm about to do. Yeah, that's only 2 feet. All right. So we'll have to make do. Yes, I carry a measuring tape in my pocket. It's a little tiny one that I got as swag somewhere, and you have no idea how useful this is. When I go to a store to pick something up and I know that it needs to be, I can measure shit on the fly. It's all good. All right. Don't look at me that way. It's a dad thing. All right. So divide the cards into my 3 decks and I shuffled them. Woohoo, ahead of the curve. All right. Deal 5 trail cards down to each player. So this is, you know what? Shove those in the pile again, and let me deal like a rational adult. One more shuffle. All right, so Devin 2, Devin 2, Devin 2, Devin 2, Devin 2. That's 5 cards each. All right, cool. So this is Devin 2 over here. This is Devin. All right. So I'm going to use that as a little pointer of whose turn it is. All right, so it is Devin's turn. All right, so place all the calamity cards are face down. All right, supply cards. We're only playing 2 players, so we each get 8 supply cards. Holy shit. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8. All right, we got our supply cards. Okay. Look at their own supply cards and place them face down. All right. So, Devin has oxen, spare parts, clothes, medicine, another oxen, clean water, 200 pounds of food, and another spare parts. Cool. All right, and I have some trail segments. All right. Shit. All right, so Devin 2 has clothes, medicine, clean water, spare parts, and oxen. All right, and then we have some. All right, so the remaining supply cards become the supply shop. The youngest player, that would be me, is the shopkeeper. Okay, sorts the remaining cards by type and places them face up. So we got bullets, we got 200 pounds of food. I got the clean water. We got more food. Spare parts. Dead is dead. Parts is parts. Dead guys is parts. All right. Boom. All right. So there we go. All right. So the person who draws a calamity card. All right, so we've got our supply cards. Those can be used to remedy specific calamity cards. All right, they can be played on a turn instead of a trail card on his or her turn. Any player may remedy a calamity by playing a supply card, not just the player who suffered the calamity. All right, so So any player can play a supply card to remedy. All right, so trail cards are laid down on the table in sets of 5 as the party makes its way to Oregon. In addition to trail cards with no markings, there are a few other kinds. There's the press spacebar. Player playing one of these cards immediately draws a calamity and follows its instructions. River. Crossing a river is treacherous. Follow the instructions on the card to try to ford a river. One player must successfully ford the river before any more trail cards can be played. So if a player dies, loses a supply card, or if nothing happens, play passes to the left. The next player does not play a new trail card, rolls, and follows the instructions on the most recent trail card played. This continues until one player fords the river. Play then continues to the left of the player who forded the river. So rivers are basically do not pass go until you get across. So your entire party can die at a river. Isn't that awesome? Towns and forts can be played off of any trail card. They allow the person who played it to draw extra supply cards or remove a current calamity card from play. All right, calamity cards are the hazards of the trail. The player who draws the calamity card is the one who follows its instructions. All right, so the player born closest to the Willamette Valley, Oregon, goes first by connecting any one trail card to the start card, and then play just passes to the left. All right, so Devin starts first. Those are not my trail cards. Those are my supply cards. That was a dumbass thing. All right, so I'm going to start off. Yeah, let's start off. I have this press spacebar to continue. Draw a calamity card. All right. Well, shit. Right off the bat, calamity. Broken axle. Yes, you have broken a wagon axle. Roll 4, 5, or 6 to repair now. Roll a 1, 2, or 3, and 1 spare parts card must be used to repair the broken axle. 1 round to play without repair, and everyone in your party has died. All right, so I want to roll a 4, 5, or a 6, and then I repair. That is a 3. That sucks. 1, 2, or 3, and a spare parts card must be used. Now, I can't play spare parts. However, so play passes on to Devin 2. Devin 2. Do we have spare parts? We have spare parts. Spare parts is played. So, the calamity is averted. Play moves back to Devin. Okay. Yeah, because if we'd gone 1 round without anyone fixing it, we'd have all died. All right, and game over. And that would have sucked. We weren't even out. So, if the wagon breaks down or the oxen die, no one can play trail card until the situation is remedied. Okay. And then we play the trail cards, and we basically do them in sets of 5. So when the 5th trail card is connected, the cards must be stacked. Pick up the first, place the inner cards. Oh, I don't like that. Okay. If you don't have any trail card or supply cards you can play, then you have to draw 1 card. All right, so so we have to do 10 sets of 5. We have to do 50 trail cards. Okay, this is insane. This is insane. I don't know how the hell we're going to win. I don't know how we'd win with a 6-player game, but we're going to try. All right, with 2. All right, so my turn. All right, so I have more trail card. You know what? Unfortunately, my trail card without the spacebar cannot connect. So I have to play that to connect. So another calamity. Boom. Measles. I have measles. Lose 1 turn unless you or trailmate plays 1 medicine card. If another measles card is drawn before you are cured, you have died of measles. All right, so my turn is over. Fuck yeah. On to... So luckily, I don't die if I keep having measles. I just lose a turn unless me or a trailmate plays 1 medicine card. All right, so do I have a medicine card? I do. Devin 2 is kind and is going to play medicine. So I I'm no longer sick with the measles. All right, so on to Devin's turn. The only one I have that'll connect is this one. So Calamity again. Holy shit. 3 trail cards out of 50 and 3 calamities. Broken Tongue. I've broken a wagon tongue. Roll 4, 5, or 6 to repair now. 1, 2, or 3, and it's 1 spare card. 3. Motherfucker. All right. Spare parts. I have spare parts. Boom. All right. Go away, Calamity. All right. So Devin 2 gets to play. Roll an even number to 4. Let's see. I've got rivers. Let's do a river. There's a river. All right. So that's our 4th trail card. So roll an even number to ford the river. 2. Yes, we ford the river. Good job. If you roll a 1, you die by drowning. Roll 3 or 5 and play passes to the left. All right. So boom. We got across the river. Good job, Devin 2. All right. So me. I have nothing that can connect, so I get to draw a card. All right, boom. So Devin 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? We're gonna end this on a fort. We're gonna connect to a fort. Yay! Which means collect 2 supply cards. Hells to the yes. All right. What do we want for supply cards? Let's see. I'm thinking, well, spare parts have been useful, so I'm going to get one of those. But we also, oxygen, clean water, medicine, clothes. I'm going to go with food. All right, so cool. All right, so we've done that. So now I stack that up. That was our first stack of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay. All right. So Devin's turn on the trail. Let's see. Can I connect either of those? Nope. So I can do a town. All right. We just connected to a town. Isn't that stupid? All right. We went to a fort and then a town. So collect 1 supply card or remove 1 calamity card from play. Let's see. Oxen, clothes, medicine, oxen, clean water, 200 pounds, spare parts. I'm going to grab some bullets. Yes. All right. So we have bullets. All right. Cool. We're stocked. My turn's over. Devin 2. All right. It's time to ford a river coming out of town. Yay. Boom. Here we go. All right. So ford a river. We know the drill. Even. 3. Shit. Play passes to left. Devin. And so, unfortunately, I rolled an odd number and lose 1 supply card. Well, it's a good thing I had extra supply cards, huh? We've got extra clothes. I'm going to put clothes back. All right. Boom. All right. So, Devin. My turn to ford. 5. Shit. Supply card. What do I have extra of? I guess I'm getting rid of an oxen. Shit. Okay. All right. Boom. Back to Devin 2. Ford this river, Devin 2. 4. Yay. We forded the river. Good job. Okay. I think that is the entire turn. All right. So, yes. So now I get to. All right. And I still don't have a damn trail card that'll connect to this. So I draw 1. And I think you just draw 1 and then your turn is over. So you can see. Yep. All right, so So now we're to Devon 2 because I just drew a card here. So Devon 2, we have one we can play. So we're in a town again. Remove or collect one supply card or remove one calamity card from play. We do not have a calamity card in play, oddly enough. So I can get another. You know what? I'm thinking more spare parts. All right. Does this have a hand size? I don't see any mention about a hand size here. Oh, and apparently you can, at any time, you can trade in 2 supply cards to get one of any other supply cards. So, yeah, I'm not seeing anything about discard down or anything like that. So I don't think we have a hand size. That's good. All right, so Devon 2 played the town. We're there. We got the thing, so it's up to Devon. So hey, I can play. Guess what? We're taking the trail out of town. I'm going to move that there. Taking the trail out of town, and we are 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, and there's no instructions, so yay, we did that. All right, 1 trail card, and this cannot. Oh shit, this can connect. All right, so this is roll an even number to ford the river, roll an odd number, and lose 1 supply card. We want to ford this bitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We want to ford it so hard we're going to call it Lita. 3. Shit. Lose a supply card. Okay. We're dumb. Spare parts come and go. All right. My turn to ford. Devon's turn. 3. Shit. Lose a supply card. That's not good, bueno. All right. I'm going to get rid of clothes. Who needs clothes? All right. Back to Devon 2. Ford the river. No. Shit. All right. Clean water. We'll get rid of the clean water. Ford the river, Devon. No. Lose the supply card. Oh, this is painful. All right. Now this is going to hurt. Bullets. All right. Devon 2. Ford the river. 6. Yay. We forded the river. Good job. All right. Now, Devon. Trail card. This trail will connect. Oh, wait. Hang on. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, right. So I put this on top. So actually, here, I'm going to turn this to the side just because. All right. So actually, I can play either one of these. So I'm going to boom, because any card connects to a town. And it specifically says the first card in the stack of 5 is what is put on top, which I think is weird. I think it would be the last. Okay. The trail is constructed of sets of 5 cards. When the 5th trail card is connected, the cards must be stacked. Pick up the first trail card played in that set of 5 and place the undercards underneath it. The first card in the set goes on top. The next trail card must connect. Okay, so yeah, so that's weird. I don't know why they do it that way, but that's weird. Just something to... Anyway, so this is a calamity card. So what kind of calamity are we going to have? Starvation. Your food supplies are low and you are starving. Survive another day with 1 food card. 2 rounds of play without a food card, and you have died of starvation. Ah, fuck you, food card. All right, cool. Boom. So on to Devon 2. Devon 2 has no supply cards and no trail cards, so gets to pull. All right. Shoot. If I remember right, just drawing the card is your turn. You don't draw it and play it. Draw and then turn is over. Yep. All right. So back to Devon. Another trail segment and another calamity card. Holy shit. Inadequate grass. 2 inadequate grass cards are face up, then 2 oxen die. 1 round of play without an oxen card, and everyone in your party has died. So this stays active until we do something about it. So if we turn a second one up, then our oxen die. Okay. Wait, are we supposed to have oxen cards out? Now I'm confused. Oh, I think you have to put an Oxen card out to... All right. So we're 12 steps along 50. So far, so good. And play goes to Devon 2. And guess what? I do not have a card that I can play, trail card, so I have to draw and over. All right. Okay, I do not have anything that can deal with this, and I don't have a trail card, so I have to pull a trail card. All right, boom. Plays over. Devon 2. Oh, 13. And a new press spacebar to continue. Calamity. All right. Typhoid. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. 1 clean water card and 1 medicine card can cure you. So I have clean water and I have medicine. So I'm going to put clean water down. Now it comes to my turn. And I have medicine. So Devon 2 is cured. So that goes and that goes. All right. So that worked out. All right. So it's back to Devon 2's turn. Do I have a trail segment that can fit that? I do not. So I draw and my turn is over. All right. Devon 13. Does this connect? This does not. Draw a trail card. Yay. All right, cool. All right, back to Devon 2. Connect, 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 connect. Nope. Draw a trail card. Hells to the yes. All right. Connect, 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 connect. Nope. Draw a trail card. All right. Boom. Well, that's going to work next time. All right, so connect, 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 connect. Connect, connect. Nope. Trail card. And Devon 2's turn is over. Devon has a card. And it is a calamity card. Or it will invoke a calamity card. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 14. All right. Bad water. Oxen drank bad water. Flush away bad water with 1 clean water card. If 2 bad water cards are collected, then 2 oxen die. Luckily, I have clean water. All right. Boom. Fix that. I'm running out of supplies. 14. All right. I think now I can... Yep. So I can... This is... I have a couple choices. You know what? Yeah. All right. Time for a calamity card. So this is the 15th card. All right. Oh, shit. Oh, Devon 2 died of dysentery. Poop. All right. So, shit. I think I lose all my supply cards. Well, guess what, Survivor? I don't think you're going to make it. Oh, okay, so I can will 2 of my supply cards to other players. So I'm going to go medicine and spare parts and will them, and the rest go back to the shop. Clothes, oxen, food. Shit. This is bad. All right, dysentery. And I got to take my little card here, and I need to... Devon 2 couldn't stop the poo. And that is how he died. Yes. All right. So, yeah, they give you this nifty little... You have to write a little commemoration. So, Devon 2 couldn't stop the poo. Death by dysentery. That's a rough way to go. All right. So, Devon, guess what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we have a long way to go. We have 35 trail segments to go, and just one player. I have a bad feeling about this, chat. I do not think we're gonna make it. I think we're hurting. I think we're gonna die. I think the Ganger party is doomed. But maybe I speak too soon. Maybe there's a way. All right, so 16 calamity card. Shit. Dysentery. Oh, dysentery just ran rampant through. I guess we had some bad beans or something. So I am dead. Devin shit himself to heaven. All right, boom, and I am gone and dead. We made it 16 of 50 mileposts, and the party is dead. And folks, that is the Oregon Trail card game. You can see where it's really, really useful to have a bigger party, because we just did not have enough. Once the deaths started happening, they came pretty fast and brutal and dead. So that is the Oregon Trail game. And that was kind of fun. All right. Kind of sad though. Boom. All right. So these are all calamity cards. All right. Boom. Boom. Stonks. All right. All right. Well, that was a fast game. Boom. So that is the Oregon Trail. I found this at Target for $15. For $15, it's kind of a fun little, not too serious party game. Kind of reminiscent, or, a little bit nostalgic for the old computer game era. So yeah, that was fun times. We got to die a lot. And it was completely accurate to the experience. All right. So, so the die goes there. That goes there. All right. Boom. All right, everything is put away. Woohoo. All right, chat, we have 17 minutes left in the schedule. Is anybody out there and wanting to actually say hello in chat? Hello. All right. Let's see. Oh, you know what? The other thing we can do, hang on. Give me just a second. All right, what I have here is my pedal board. Okay, this is where I have my effects pedals. I don't have a ton of them, and I don't have expensive ones right now. I just have some low-end beginner ones, because there's no point in dumping a ton of money into stuff until you have a better idea of what you like. So I got a cheap pedal board kit on Amazon, and maybe put a couple of these a little too close together. So let's... All right, so this goes back on there like that. So basically what effects pedals, if you've never seen these before, these are things you can use with both electric and acoustical guitars to modify their tone that they produce. All right, so I have here, I have a wah pedal, okay, which wah, 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 okay, can also be volume depending on how you have it set. I have here a morpher, which is a Donner morpher. It's kind of an overdrive. Well, I have an overdrive here, an extreme driver, and then a compressor. And what a compressor does is take the waveform and compress it down, and there's reasons why you want to do that. Each pedal has an input side and an output side. Okay? And so what happens, you form a chain of these. And so you would plug your guitar into the input side of the chain, and then you take the output side and you plug it into your interface or your amp or whatever, okay? And then you turn on, well, okay, so these take power, so you plug it in, okay? And then you, let me see, hang on just a second, let's go ahead and set this sucker up. I will be, all right, so this is going to be into the guitar. All right. So hang on just a second. All right. So all right, so what I'm doing, I am patching up my amp. All right. All right, so you can hear that now, I'm guessing. All right, let's tune this bitch up real fast. Aha. All right, so these are my... So I've got all the adjustments I can do on my guitar as well, but I also have... Hang on, I need to turn that down. All right. It's too low. All right, so this is not going through the computer at all now. We go from the guitar into my pedal chain, then this cable goes out to my Marshall amp, which is right there. All right, so that's the chain. That is what we're doing. All right, so. All right, so that's that pedal, and that turns it off. All right. So these help modify the tone so you can get different sounds. All right, so that's just some basic power chords. All right, so we have this extreme driver. Okay, turn that down. And the compressor. So to understand what a compressor does, you really kind of need to look at the waveform. But you can hear. But this makes other effects sound better. Now, so you can use an effects pedal chain like this, or you can get an amp like what I have that has effects built in, and then I have this little foot switch on the ground. Oh, did we just lose the camera feed? We did, motherfucker. Okay, all right. I think we lost the camera feed. Come on, why is this being such a... All right, there we go. All right, so we're back. So try to do this without jostling it. So there is a, can't see it, but there is a foot pedal on the ground. This is specific to this model of amp. It allows me to control and select different effects and different presets that the amp does. This is called a modeling amp. It's got digital circuitry that does all this kind of stuff. So I can make the amp itself can make my guitar sound very different. All right. But the problem is I'm in a small space and the sound gets loud real fast. Some basic power chords. Does anyone recognize that song? Whoa. All right, that's probably too much all at once. Now there's some pedals that I need to get along the way. There's some stuff like noise gates and reverb and chorus and stuff like that. So does anyone recognize this? Another pains though the child is and the blind hands causes silence to mistaken. In the same in your hand. What's in your hand? In your hand, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your hand? In your hand, zombie, zombie, zombie. Anyway, so that is a 4-chord progression, actually. You can play it with open chords. Here, let me go ahead and move this up, and I'm going to actually get the chair out of the way, and I'm going to step back so we can see. All right, so you can play. So Zombie is a 4-chord song. So that's the E minor to C to G to D. Or you can play with power chords. And the reason why they're called power chords is a chord is normally the first, the third, and the fifth in the scale. Okay. Or the mode. But a power chord is only 2 notes. Okay, so when I go and I play this as a power chord, okay. So remember how earlier we were doing G, like G major and E minor are part of the same scale, or C and A minor. And that's because you have mostly the same notes. There's one note that's different. Well, the genius about a power chord is that it matches either the major or the minor. because that middle note is missing. That's why you'll hear them a lot in rock songs. They're easier to play, easier to move back around. You have one shape that you remember. Okay, so anyway, so that's that. All right, so this is loud, and I would like to have it stop being loud. Plus, we've hit 2 o'clock, so I think it is time to shut everything down. All right, so that is a pedal effects board. Now, so when we plug into an audio interface, okay, we can do the same kind of stuff. We can run all this through the audio interface if we want to, and then have to deal with the noise and extra sensitivity and everything. Or we can do it all virtually with plugins, okay, depending on what plugins we have. There are all sorts of VST plugins that produce any sort of, that recreate very iconic, famous they recreate the sound of very famous amp and cabinet combinations, very famous pedals, all that kind of stuff. So we can do, damn it, we can do all of that. Okay. In software. So we can just plug the electric guitar straight into the amp, and then we go into Ableton. Here, let me show you. We go into Ableton. All right. Come on, Ableton. You can load. All right. All right, so you should see Ableton now. All right, so we go in and say, okay, say I'm bringing in on this audio channel, okay, that would be the guitar. But then I can go in here and I can say audio effects, and I can say, I can add in like a chorus ensemble, okay? So I could add an effect in to do chorus. And then I could add in an equalizer and punch stuff up, or dynamics. I could add a compressor, okay? So I'm gonna want a flattenator, and maybe I'm building this effects chain, and maybe I wanna put the flattenator first, okay? And then I go into drive and color, and I really want dirt and grit. All right, so I plug that in there. And so now I'm building this effects chain, just like I'm chaining together the physical pedals. Now I'm chaining together these plugins to shape the sound that's coming in through the audio interface. Okay, so I can build my sounds this way. And in fact, we're going to be doing some of that as we start recording instrument tracks later. All right, so, and then they have audio effects, they have different kinds of stuff. And then I also have all of my VST plugins. Like I have this whole VST and VST3. I have, where is the plugin alliance? So I have this whole thing, and this sucker. Okay, so I add this into the chain, and this, okay, look at this. This actually allows me to mimic the sound of all sorts of different, and it does a graphics. Okay, so I do this, and I'm gonna say I want this. It changes the display of this to mimic, to show me what it is mimicking. Okay, so I can get the effects of lots of different, I can go modern rock. I can, so I can, and then I have all these different effects that I can apply. So I can get some really gnarly, faithful recreations of classic sounds by doing it this way. Okay, and I can string all these effects together into each channel, and each channel can have a different set of effects being applied. So this is where we start worrying about our CPU usage, because each one of these plugins that we add in has some overhead to it. But this is where you kind of want to have an idea of what kind of sounds you're wanting to do. One of the tips that I've seen recently, and we'll be exploring this more in future weeks, is that when you start doing effects chains like this in Ableton, there's a difference between MIDI tracks and audio tracks, and it has to do with this whole monitoring thing here. Okay. Holy shit, that is like... Okay, so when you turn the monitoring off, what happens is the sound comes in to the computer, goes through the processing stuff, and then it goes back to wherever the monitor is. And so it comes back out to the sound card and then out the monitoring ports, okay? And we can just sit here and we can just immediately nuke various of these effects out of the chain. But so what happens is, on an audio track as opposed to a MIDI track, it tries to, all of that going in and out adds latency, adds a bit of delay. And so it tries to compensate for the delay and put and offset everything. So one of the tricks that I've seen is that you have you set up your channel with all your effects that you want to do, and you set it to monitor, and then you basically duplicate that track and turn the monitoring off. And the reason why you do that is that and then you record both of those at the same time, okay? And the reason why you do that is the track that is set to monitor is going to have a delay applied to it that the regular track is not. And so you can listen to it and you can do that. And then when you're convinced that the track is good, then you get rid of the track that was recorded with the with the monitoring, and you have the same track with the exact same stuff, all the same effects, but it's correctly synchronized to the rest of your music. So we'll dive into that later as we start doing actual instrument recordings and stuff like that. So this is, all right, so that's basically how we can do our virtual pedal boards and virtual effects chains in Ableton. All right, so with that, we're 7 after 2, so we're running a little late. I've got things to be off and doing, places, yeah, things to see, people to do, is the phrase. All right, so thank you very much for joining me. I very much appreciate it. Please leave some feedback. Tell your friends. It'd be nice if we had more participants in chat at some point. In theory, someday I'd like to hit Twitch affiliate, but I'm not worried about it right now. I'm still getting stuff worked out. Next time, I will have figured out what the hell's going on with my webcam and why that's not working. Hopefully I don't have to buy a new one. But anyway, so, yep, thanks again, and I will talk with you all later.